闇の時代を告げる鐘が遠くなり響く戦うと思うよ今君は死も恐らず瓦礫の街を染めて沈む夕日はくれない愛する星の未来を守るためきらめく星の海に浮かぶお前の面影人と会えないがゆえになろう愛しい背中合わせの世界重ね会えない現実涙と共に捨て去れ何もかもさあ振り返ら立ち上がれ気高く前定めを受けた戦士よたとえ傷ついて力尽きても熱くなれ大きく裂け天に捧げし命よ明日の平和への礎となれ赤く燃え見事に散って星になった命よ時を超えその名前を胸に刻もう Just forever
Hello. Oh god, I'm in the void. That's not supposed to happen. Whoa. Hello. My name is Notepad Anon, and I write games for fun. So what are we doing today? Well, today we are going to be working on more Metal Saviors, because I can never escape my endless torment. Ended up fixing how these look. There was a couple suggestions on how to make these work the best way possible. What should I do? How should I do it? I kind of settled on this for right now. If we go full professional, I will probably get someone else to design how these are supposed to look. Yeah, this is just kind of a temporary thing. I do still plan on adding in some Imperial, like some of the special ones, but I want to fix Combat Hub first because that's going to really inform it. And I will need to do the Cav workshop. I do plan on doing the Cav workshop. It's just going to take time. Few things to note already. So first things first. New video out today, of course. We have the Hexen Repinion video because, yeah, magical repinion on Hexen Academy. I was sent it. He wanted me to go over it. I said, why? Of course I would, because I am a smug asshole. And he did not like the second review, mostly because I still said I still don't like the game because it doesn't iterate upon what it needed to do. And it didn't fix some of the core issues I had with the game. But that's just the nature of the beast. But yes, today is going to be combat day. That's really all there is to it today. Oh god, it's combat day. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to this. Generally speaking, I'm only going to think there's probably going to be about one, maybe two more episodes. Be like, no, Pat, you have all of these things to do still. Like, all of this is like, a lot of the back half stuff is lore. A lot of this stuff isn't too much. I don't plan on changing too much about how like equipment and stuff works. I'm not like, oh, you're pussyfooting out of fixing the entirety of Metal Saviors. No, I just know that fixing this game is not going to be a 5-second ordeal. I know that. I know that about myself. I know how this operates. I know that if I want to completely overhaul but ow. Ow, God. Let me just get my coffee set up here. Covet my Covafee, as one might say. I'd like to believe there's something productive about it, but I am just a rampant caffeine addict in addition to my borderline alcoholism. I got iced coffee. All right, let's get the fun and exciting work. Borderline. Okay, so let's get to it. Okay. The kind of pilot is given purpose on the battlefield, and it's inevitable they will be thrust into a deadly situation where they must rely on their gut and their squad mates to survive. Their lead dance to survival as attempts to dodge position, ultimately just deadly dance to survival. Maneuver, must maneuver. Mm. For the enemy with extreme prejudice. Dun 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 dun. Because guess what? You're a fucking dude. Okay, so. Okie doke. At the start of a combat operation, let's see, at the start of a combat operation or sortie, all cav pilots will roll their initiative to determine their action order. Let's see, all pilots will roll their initiative to determine their action order. This the action order resolves in descending. Let's see. The action order resolves in descending order. The action order resolves in descending order, with the highest result acting first, and the lowest acting last. This here. Let's see, we'll be using a combination of skill checks and combat checks. Skill checks operate as normal, relying on a percentile roll. Let's see, skill checks operate as normal, relying on a percentile roll to overcome threats and obstacles. Combat checks use a D20. Combination of standard checks. So combat checks use a D20 with the cav pilot, I should say. The pilot attempting target number equal or need a target number that is target number. If the pilot strikes the target number, they will resolve the effects of resolve the effects of their attack or action. Rolling under is all be a target number by rolling equal to or greater than be a target number by rolling equal to or greater. It can be a target by rolling equal to or greater than it. If the pilot strikes the target number, they will resolve the effects of the attack or action. We introduce the concept of the combat check, then we immediately go into seizing the initiative. ISO will act with lowest acting last. So lowest acting last, and then we do 2 columns. Cav scale combat initiative. This is 1d20 plus speed mod. Actually, it'd be reaction modifier. D20 plus reaction modifier plus Actually, call it modifiers. Specifically your reaction modifier, and then cav scale is your cav reaction modifier. So this would be how we would split this up like this. Each pilot, when how do we want to word this? How do we want to word this? When a pilot's initiative is called, they will take their turn. They will take their turn, which is the combination of all of their actions. All of their actions. All of the combatants' turns are let's see. All combatants' turns are considered to be part of the round. Each round, let's see. All considered to be part of the round. Being part of the round. Actions, combat training. All the combatants' turns are considered to be part of the round. Part of the round. Each round is considered to be around 10 seconds of frantic movement and quick shots in pilot scale. Pilot scale. This contrasts however in cav scale rounds are broken up into 30 second 60 second broken up into 60-second intervals, 60 into 1 minute intervals, 6 seconds, forcing the forcing pilots to position themselves and pray. Position themselves for the ideal. What are the ideal opportunity? Ow. Oh, God. Oof. People are posting cringe. Let's see. Seconds of frantic movement and pushing. Let's see. So when an ambush occurs when the pilots are taken off guard, and are unable to react properly. React properly. An ambush or assault Occurs when are taken off guard and unable to react. Ambushing has the pilots. As the pilots being struck, let's see. Ambushing has the pilots being surprised by an enemy. Need to rewrite this. Kind of the idea. Let's see if the pilots were to ambush their targets with a surprise attack. With a surprise attack, the pilots would roll initiative. Pilots would roll initiative while their targets would act on initiative 0. Initiative would act on initiative 0. So before rolling to 5, actually, acting as normal. Enemies are unable to take any actions during an ambush. Let's see. Any enemies are unable to take any actions during an ambush if they are surprised. Let's see. Enemies are unable to take any action during an ambush if they are surprised. The action during an ambush if they are surprised. Let's see. They would roll their initiative at the start of the next round. Themselves into the acting and slot themselves into the acting order. Let's see. Should the pilots be set up in a defensive position with access to being able to take a set of actions. A set of actions, an action would be with the pilots and determining their action order. Let's see. The same event would occur with the pilots determining their action order and taking a go. Reset of actions on the assault enemy. Effectively, I like putting in the assault rules just so you could have the idea behind the assault rules are, hey, as a if you're defending a location, the enemy runs up on you. They don't get like a free action to continue running up. It's like, hey, we know they're coming. We're all prepared. We're all going to hold down the trigger and just open up on them. It's kind of the D-Day landing situation. That's effectively how it's like. Are you in a fortified position? Yes. Is there a lot of them? Yes. Do you get a full round of actions to do something before they even do? Yeah. And if you're in Cavs, what you should be doing, this is the important, what you should do is put down smoke, put down electric smoke, put down grenade fire, do anything to blunt the advance. Hello, Dan. Very quiet day here in the metaphorical. Let's see. So I already talked. Mm. So let's see. Okay. Every pilot, every human being has a natural survival rating, NSR of 4. NSR, actually, how do I want to? During combat, during a let's see, we're attempting to dive into an enemy cav unit to strike a heroic blow. What determines their ability to avoid getting struck? What determines their ability to avoid getting struck by an attack, and measures their ability with an attack, strike an enemy in retaliation. Retaliation is measured by a survival rating. Natural survival rating NSR is tied to the pilot scale. Is tied to the pilot scale. All human beings are assumed to have a NSR of 4, representing their innate frame and whenever a pilot is should the pilot ever want to attack another person with weapon, they would need to beat their NSR rating, their NSR. Thus, with a NSR of 4, a 5 or higher on a D20 would be considered a successful hit. However, few people are standing still and waiting to be hit. Modifying one's NSR in combat is to keep themselves alive. More exotic enemy, more actually mechanical, let's see, mechanized survival rating. Mechanized survival rating, or MSR. Mechanized survival rating, MSR. MSR is the let's see. Let's see, mechanized survival rating, MSR, is the ability for cav units to resist being struck by attacks from other cav units and anti-armor weapons. This functions the same way. This functions the same way, allowing the this functions the same way of needing beat the MSR either needing to match or beat the MSR of the target of Okay, so we want to do 4. We do 4. We grab you. We do table properties. Pikachu, we do that, we select you, we select you, we this, like, sorry if I am not responding, this is just focused. Hello, Slur, howdy boys. Spartan, what have I missed? Not much. Don't think. I was late too. Don't worry. We are legitimately just working on combat stuff. That's pretty much it today. Don't worry. Let's see. We want to do example. Covers far more than just cav units. Let's see. MSR covers far more than just cav units. This also includes armored vehicles, aircraft, seacraft, and spacecraft. The pilot may encounter during their time on the front. So we're going to do this, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do human being has its standard MSR 4. Docile small prey animal. know, just very basic understandings of like, how does this actually function? This is how it roughly functions. An actual human being, actually, no, 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 Just a basic human has an SR of 4. You know, small prey animal. You want to shoot a little bunny, it's going to be a 9. That's the bunny is standing there. Just because it's a small target, you're aiming at it, and you're like, man, you're really tiny, and you shoot haphazardly. You know, probably miss because it's a tiny little animal. Standard MSR rating. Let me think. No, we don't need cav units. This would be, let's actually, this would be, ooh. Medium vehicle 8. Yeah, it's not very hard to hit a it is not very hard to hit a very large civilian vehicle. They're not designed for combat. They're going to get hit and they're going to take a shit ton of damage from it. That's the entire point. We do. Go, then we go down to combat action. Not fun. Fucking format, exactly. Thank you, Notepad from the past. Okay, this is off. Let's see. Equal to their current combat training. Equal to their current combat training. These actions can be used during the pilot's turn, or as reactions when it is not their turn. They may use as many or as little actions as they wish. Let's see. They may use as many or as little actions as they wish. Possibly wanting to save some for defensive options. Pairing with ally. Certain actions such as ranged attacks have how do I want to word what would be a good way of wording it? How do I want to word this? They're modifiers. It's effectively, how do I describe aiming an attack? I want to aim my gun and I want to shoot. I want to aim and fire my gun. What do I do? What would you call that? As of right now, it's called an advanced attack. That's called shots, all-in strikes, cleaves, feints, doesn't matter. How do I word that? It would be a not modifier. It would be a technique. That sounds awful. It has to cover a lot of things. That's the idea. Hey, it's not just, you know, aiming. It's aiming, it's going all in on attacks, it's making called attacks, cleave feints. Because effectively, let's say for example, it takes me one action. To just shoot someone. That's me whipping around, pulling the trigger, go bzzz, and hitting you with my laser gun. However, I can spend an additional action to get a +4. I am spending 2 actions to bring my gun up and fire with a +4 to my hit. That's all that's happening. Let's say I'm hitting you in melee. I'm going in there, I'm going to hit you with melee. I could wildly swing my weapon. I could swinging my weapon around. Or I can say, hey, I'm going to go in for a big fucking hit. I'm going to do an all-in strike. I am going to grip my weapon as hard as I can. I'm going to move as far as I can. And then swing my weapon with the intent of doing it. It takes 3 entire actions. 1 to make the attack, 2 to declare it as an all-in. What would you call these? Modifiers? The modifiers don't sound right because we use modifiers elsewhere too often. So we need to word it differently. What am I doing? Like it would be like a modifier. It's no. Again, I keep defaulting back to modifier because that's like the right way of expertise. Would you call it an expertise in a weapon? Like, yeah, like, oh, like, God, that sounds odd too. Fuck, why does it sound so terrible? Function. God, there's no good word for it. I guess. I mean, okay, so let's see. Certain actions as range attacks have a number of expertises. That sounds weird. that sounds weird. If it was like one thing, then it would be fine. Like you have an expertise in aiming. You value tied to your expertise. Yeah, it's kind of like you need a weapon proficiency or a cav license to pull these off. That's one of the main advantages of taking a weapon proficiency. If you have weapon proficiency in a handgun, you actually know how to aim your handgun. You may not know, like, you know, like, okay, I know, grab it, aim it, fire it. But it's kind of like, hey, I have a handgun weapon proficiency. That's you pulling off some tactical shit. That's you kind of snapping in there, like you know what you're doing. That's you snapping in there and say, okay, I'm going to shoot him in the leg. Because I know what I'm doing. It would be expertise, value tied to your expertise. It would. Let's see. Certain actions. If the pilot has enough actions, they may modify actually geez, Pilot has enough actions. I mean, modify an attack. Let's see. The pilot will need a license in their cav unit to pull these off. To use them, to use these, as well as use these in their cav unit. On foot, they will rely on their weapon proficiency. And their weapon proficiency. Ooh. Let's see it. Proficiency is tied to skill. We don't need that. If a pilot does not use all of their actions by the end of the round, the pilot will convert these excess actions into initiative. See, increasing it by the number of actions they have remaining. By the number of let's see, they may increase their initiative by the number of remaining actions. Allowing them to act faster and with greater purpose, or they may convert it to momentum. Momentum has the pilot move equal to the number of remaining actions at the end of the round in the same acting order. Let's see. Number of move equal to the number of remaining actions at the end of the round in the same acting order. Hooray! Is the initiative increase 1-to-1 increase? Yes, it is a 1-to-1 increase. Let's say you have 2 actions remaining at the end of the round, your initiative increases by +2. Or you can move 2 hexes. That's the big thing. You are pretty much saying, hey, I'm going to add 2 movement. Now this doesn't seem very valuable until you're like, hey, I'm in a gunfight. I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere. I'm not going to act first. I know that. There's no way I'm going to act first. I'm going to dive for cover, kind of thing. I'm going to take my remaining momentum and move 2 hexes into cover. Or movement momentum is kind of your like, oh fuck situation. Like, I'm in a bad spot. but I still have an action left, I can move a tile. I can do something. I am shifting myself ever so gently to make sure I don't violently die. Well, the initiative is kind of like your safe options. Like, it's never a bad idea to increase your initiative. I kind of, originally I had this idea, you can increase your initiative by that amount up to their fin cumulatively. Doesn't really matter, because it's one of those things is, if you are consistently, effectively sitting on your actions in the middle of combat, you kind of deserve to, like, yeah, congratulations, you've sat on your actions a bunch. While other people have been doing things, you haven't. I should not have eaten that. Oh, goodness. Ugh. Oh, you actually bought Metal Saviors. Oh, you poor creature. There's a reason I am attempting to do some patchwork on this one. Metal Saviors is a problem child of a game. It's just a lot of things that I just need to fix and make better. Let's see, actions in combat. Don't actually need this, so okay, so we are going to split this up, I think. Okay, so you're heading 2, you need to be heading 3 then. Do we do pilot first or cav unit for? I think pilot. We want to do pilot combat actions. Going to insert a 2x2 table. So let's do this. Let's do this right. So we need to do a melee. We need to do attack melee, attack range, because we're going to split those up. We're going to have a delay action. We're going to have a delay because delay is important. We're going to have a maneuver action. We're going to have an other action, a focus action, reload action, a tool action, What else are we missing here? I want to, actually I should say it's like the skill. Okay, so we're going to take all of these, plug them in that one. So we need to do attack, melee, and attack range. So attack melee. Attack melee. Do 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 do. Let's see. Let's see. The pilot makes an attempt to strike a target within. Also get to who is. Let's see. Let's check a target with. Let's see. The pilot rolls and makes a combat. Makes a combat check. Makes a combat check of 1d20 plus modifiers. 1d20 plus modifiers versus targets NSR. Targets NSR. Successful. If successful, the attack deals equal to damage equal to their weapon. Let's see. So attack range. You're gonna be amazed. Pilot makes a target who is within range. Who is within range of their weapon. The pilot makes combat check. Deals damage equal to their weapon. Then we immediately delay action. We want to do for example, if an enemy rounds a, for example, if someone rounds the corner, I will, for example, you stand, and that immediately moves to the maneuver action. Let's see, maneuver action. The pilot equal to their, I believe I refer to it as combat speed. Combat. Huh. What happens? Metal Saviors Rearmored 1.1. What happened to pilot movement? That's not supposed to happen. Did pilot movement... What? Bases move. Did I just, like, get rid of it for some reason? Did I just forget to add it? That would be dumb, but that would not, I would not actually, you know, I say that's dumb and I would never do something like that. On the other hand, yeah, no, I know I would actually. I damn well know that I would totally do that. No. So maneuver. See. Well, may choose, but they will prone, may move an extra tile if they choose to dive, but they will be prone. Yo, so it's like, hey, I wanna move a little extra. Okay, throw yourself on the ground like a goober. So here. Ah, God. Oh no. No worry, I've been drafting things for decades. Didn't buy your material for turnkey solution. I buy your stuff the way I buy 40-piece toolbox discount rather than paying through a single bit and bomb included. Sensor action. Unker action get MSR by X amount. Are these actions involving sensors, comms, etc.? Yeah, effectively. Mail tags if need a charge action, either increasing to hit or damage, but not both. Unker defensive action. Missed quite a lot today. Are you redoing combat? Yes, we are redoing combat. Self-gaslight. Try to get busy. You're getting busy. I forgot people with solo games at this point. People generally waste. Do you keep a master glossary for your projects? I usually maintain a doc with all my mechanical defined terms of my projects to avoid missing links to terminology. No, I don't keep a glossary or anything like that. I usually try to keep things pretty self-contained in each game. Especially there are trends. Like, I usually don't use the term move. I don't use the, like, if I am moving on the battlefield, I don't call it move. I call it a maneuver. Because that sounds better to me. Yeah, you're maneuvering somewhere. You're moving and bobbing and weaving and throughout combat. Alright. Sometimes it's like, I try to refer to, one thing for, like, this is a me thing. I almost never do first person or third person. Actually, no, I never do first or second person. I do third person sometimes. That's just a me thing. Some games, this is the thing I notice every now and again, is that games will like break into second person or first person sometimes, like in the middle of actually like giving you things. Like, oh, well, you should do this and you should do that. I try not to. Maybe it's an old army habits in me. Shoot, move, communicate, kill, survive. Yeah, like, pilot stuff is not terribly complex. I never intend for it to be terribly complex. Let's see. Yeah, shoulder bashing. The same door would, to break it open, would take a other action. Performs in requires in amount of effort. For example, yeah, the other action. This is a thing I try to do for all my games. Always have an other action, just so you haven't. Because the second you don't have the other action, someone's going to call, like, I want to do this. And you're like, the game doesn't cover that. What do you mean you want to do that? I want to do that. And you're like, especially games with, like, really rigid action economies. It's like, yeah, just define it. Like, yeah, this is this, this is that. Let's see. Focus action. Clear action. Go, reloads a person. If the does not have a weapon does not have a weapon proficiency with the weapon, this takes 2 action. Miscellaneous. You do third-person boxes. No, that a note about something. Yeah, when I do like side notes, that the best way to think about most side notes is imagine me just like opening the door behind you, being like, "Hello, motherfucker." That's how I view side notes. It's me kicking down your door, being like, "Let's talk shop." Like, this is how I'm thinking. This is working. This is like an explanation of it. Like. Ever thought about making microfiction? The thing with microfiction is that I like writing. Here's the thing. I like writing. There always comes a point with me, like, where how do I want to word this? I enjoy writing, but I really have to be in the mood to write. Me getting in the mood to write is how you get shit like Neurobeat. Unironically, this is how you get shit like Neurobeat. Where it is... how long is the lore in Neurobeat? Neurobeat's lore is 31 pages. It is a solid chunk of the book, because I got into I got into the vibe. And even this is all of the, like, lore that just never manifested anywhere in the actual book. Like, yeah, like, it's... you know, like... God, the Neom Economic Zone, 25.5 million people. Yeah, no, it was things like that where I got, like, just... I never ended up making Borzoi, because Borzoi was... How do I want it? Borzoi was a... I don't like so this that you can kind of think of like Borzoi as like a proto Neurobeat in a way, being like you are the, you know, cyberpunk is dead, fuck it. If you want my opinion, and it's like it's kind of the reason why I don't like Cyborg personally, and Borzoi was me just musing about why I don't like it very much. It's like Cyborg, while it did have a great name, the idea of like Cyborg was like, oh, it's just cyberpunk, but it's all look, no substance. And like that's the problem. And then in Borzoi, it's like, yeah, you have no substance. You are a purely artificial being. And that was kind of the thing, is being like, you can make something interesting inside of a cyberpunk framework, and that's what we should be doing, rather than being like, it's just cyberpunk, man, it's got the right look. Honestly, there for about 5 minutes, for about 5 seconds, we almost had a Borzoi like game come out. We almost had it, but it didn't pan out. Let's see, the pilot. See, they're using skill on something. I want to use my mechanic skill to open up this vent real fast. I want to do this. It's technically, you could think of like other and skill being the same action. It's just the same action in different contexts. Let's see, tool. There we go. If we want to be really specific, technically tool could also be, you could fold tool under reload. Like you could get rid of reload and just do tool, because you're using the tool of a fucking clip in your vest. That's a really pretentious way of looking at things. And I do mean horribly pretentious, but it would be funny in its own way to do something like that. Let's see. Don't need you right away. We do this, this, this. Let's see. We want to do cav combat actions. The cav unit. We can do. Mm. MS-SARM, successful attack deals damage to weapon. Attack range, the pilot makes a delay. Pilot's will action until a trigger occurs if someone. If the infantry crest the hill, I fire a napalm grenade. Let's see. So we want to do maneuver action. So we have all of these. So again, we have attack, melee, attack, ranged, melee, maneuver, other, refocus, skill, tool. But we have to change some of these. One of them is cav system. We need cav system. You don't need, so we have, loading, You are not going to be able to refocus. Let's see. Pairs. Issue quad order. Let's see. Find where. Crush. Stomp. No, we don't gotta worry about that. We don't gotta worry about that. Nice and easy, nice and easy, nice and easy. So we're gonna grab all of you. We're gonna put it right here because technically we have the crush and stomp action. What's so fun about crushing and stomping? Crushing and stomping means I hit you and then you die. Calves. Stomp. Crush and stomp action. Kings. Yay! Crush and stomp. Let's grab crush and stomp. Mhm. Mm. 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 See, one standing on the same tile as infantry, active pilot. Objective pilot forces all infantry pilots make combat range. A little bit awkward to say, but there we go. Let's see. Right. Great concept. It exists anyone room temperature. Okay, so we're it's the premise. Reload and tool into support action. It's kind of the idea of like, I don't want people to get confused being like support action. Say the tool is an auto loader arm, your backpack that reloads your mech scale anti-material rifle. I guess we go to that support action. No, I'm not going to do that because I don't want people to get confused with too much military jargon. Because if people see support, they're going to think, oh, it's going to be a help action, even though it's not a help action. Would cav system be in line with the support idea? Yeah, it's like cavs. There's a lot of little mechanics in this game. Yeah, there's a. The thing is, there's a lot of little mechanics, like fire foam, for example. Is Notepad from China? No, I'm not. I'm just Tencent's strongest soldier. There's a little history with Power Notepad. For a New Year's, actually no, it was New Year's. It was April Fools. April Fools one year. The joke was that Notepad got kidnapped by China. And I was replaced with a 10-cent Notepad because Notepad sold out to 10-cent. And the entire day I pretended like I was sold out by 10-cent. We were gonna make the greatest game available. That is also the reason we started the international tour. You ever want to know why the White Room will change names over the course of its history? The White Room has had many names, all of which are the White Room. We've just gone to different countries of me just going to different countries to bum around. We're currently in Antarctica. Hence, that is technically a really botched version of the Arctic flag. Many base comments. Like, here's the thing. I do actually want to visit China, because I think China has a really fascinating history. And people meme about Chinese history being like, heh, decisive Tang victory. But I'm like, no, there's actually some, like, very unique and very, like, interesting things to, like, just go and visit and see that I would like to see. But I'm also a weird person who wants to go to Manchuria just to say that I've been to Manchuria. Because it's like, oh, it's just such an odd place to say. Mm. 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 Popping the... Let's see. Pilot performs a controlled ejection, popping their cockpit. Additional for they completely shut down their cav unit as well. Yeah, you can just shut down your cav unit if you want. I don't know why you would, but you definitely can. We want. Mm. 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 This is entirely based off of one scene from a from one of the Gundam from one of the it was versus Zoof, I believe. Grand Zoof. I believe it's food. Yeah, Goof. It's Goof, not Zoof. Yeah, it was the versus the Easy 8. It is entirely based off of this fight right here. There's the Easy 8. Because there's an entire scene in this fight scene in which his GM unit gets shut down, and it's him just sitting in there, like his hands are shaking. The kid is fucking terrified as he's trying to like desperately reconnect the wires to get his fucking MS back up and running, his fucking mobile suit back running. He's like, I'm fucking scared. Like, I'm in a fucking casket right now. I don't want to die. I'm like, yeah, no, that is a very good summary of how it should feel to be inside a very damaged cav unit that you are having to perform effectively manual repairs on. You're like, oh shit. I am not, this is not POG. We are not gaming. This is not it, Chief. I'm like, that is how that should feel. Let's see. Infantry, or this issues a set of orders to an attached infantry squad or drone unit. Mm. Oh. Yeah, if you get a kick out of an Experiment F-14 mod and get one airframe, whoops, yes. Hey, I'm not. As long as you can say, like, hey, people have been kicking ass in Project Sidewinder, that is a million dollar thing on my book. Like, hell yeah. Issue Chinese government styrofoam apartment buildings thing. There's a very long convoluted statement you could go on that very into Top Gun vibes, get it real strong. Yes, unfortunately, this is unfortunate. You are the fodder NPC. Hee hee. But yeah, no, that's just the idea of like you are, hitting that back, trying your best. It's you getting out, like if you're pretty confident about things and you're like, oh, my character is really cool under pressure, kind of thing. Like that's how you portray your character. That's you getting out a welder and welding something quickly. That's like, fuck me, please don't puncture. I don't like this. Like, yeah, I'm a super cool person and super cool. I am not vibing with this. This is not a good state of being. I don't want to be here right now. Let's see. Issue order we find equal to to their cab units combat speed. Other let's see, pilot forms action. Go. Reloads all cav unit, cav weapons currently equipped. Skill, pilot uses skills. Tool. I guess we don't really need a cav tool. We don't need cav tools in this situation, so we could probably put ejection shutdown. Ejection and shutdown right there, so that would leave us with this. Hello, bike man. So we're good here. Then we refer to these as expertise. I'm going to call these weapon expertise. Here. Expertise. There's an X-Men pilot who has a proficiency in it. parentheses, equal to the value in the parentheses, equal to the value in parentheses. It's gonna rain tonight. No file for multiple attacks in a single round. This. Okay, so we want to do aim down sights ranged +1. They add +4 to their combat hit, plus to the combat check. They add +4 to their combat check. There we go. We're going to change the aim down sights rule just to make sure you can't abuse that one as badly. All in strike. We're gonna make that a +1. Actually, we're gonna make that a plus. Actually, we're gonna make that +1. So yeah, if you ever want to know, like, where's the charge action? Here's the charge action. You actually need to be proficient with a weapon to actually do a full charge action. Let's see. All in strike's pretty good. Called strike. We want called strike. Let's see. Attempts to strike a. Let's see. A pilot attempts to strike a specific part of the body on their target. Each location has a. Let's see. Each location has a. Dun, dun, dun. Pilot only. You can technically shoot someone in the dick if you want to be a horrible, horrible person, because why would you shoot a guy in the dick? Why would you do that? Why are you such a horrible human being? You would shoot a dude in the dick. Oh no. What are you doing there, pal? Oh, you shot Mr. You shot one of our buddies in the dick. Oh no. You have exploded his penis. Why would you do that to him? He was an innocent boy. He done nothing wrong. Now they call him No Bark Noonan. Oh no, no ball Ted. Been eviscerated. It was gnarly. Let's. We want to do. Oh no, please. Why don't I just take all of you, Control X, and then put you in here? Let's see. Take leave action. Leave. Oh God. Yes, there's a great Vietnam War movie called Flight of the Intruder. Great scene where the attack Grant hits the target and systems start failing. Control panic of the pilot. WSO trying to recover combat effectiveness on approach to target. Being shot the hell in the dark. Yeah, I'm getting those vibes with repair. No ball Ted. I missed it. Why is Notepad rewriting the game in particular this evening? There's actually a story behind this. Before you showed up. Before you appeared magically, we actually held a contest. We held the Autism Project contest. Now, this is what occurred here with the Full Metal and Anime OVA, and our final actual vote came down to this. Now, the secret to why this is a unique situation is that Cruciform and Metal Saviors were technically fighting to become the game that gets fully nice and published. Now, what happened was, Metal Saviors won the vote by like 5 votes. And actually it was 3 votes. It won by 3 votes. And then Spartan here. Spartan here offered up a very unique proposition. Hey, I've been subscribed for a while, I should get a vote as well. And I said, alright, where do you want to put those 5 votes? And Spartan said, I want to put those 5 votes into Cruciform. And then Cruciform won. And then we had, for about a solid hour there, Spartan, a bidding war. That resulted in about 100, we were at about 110, 120 subscribers. Yeah, people burnt like $200 on this. Going back and forth endlessly, and it did result in Cruciform coming in at the very last second, with a monumental amount of support. However, the other guy was like, "Oh man, I was just about to put it in, it wouldn't let me put it in. I was gonna make it, Metal Saviors win." So I said, okay, here's the thing. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna work on Metal Saviors. I'm gonna work on Metal Saviors, and I'm gonna get Metal Saviors to a point that after Cruciform is done, and everything goes smoothly there, we can immediately transition into Metal Saviors going full legit. Without too much overhead. That was the compromise. So everyone got something. Everyone's getting an improved Metal Saviors. In exchange, everyone has to agree with Cruciform being our obsession project. Mm. 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 Fainting is kind of a fainting is kind of an all or nothing. You need to be at least, roughly speaking, you need to be a veteran to really pull off some bullshit with this. If you have military combat training, you can still make it work, but it's kind of an all or nothing gambit if you're doing that. The idea of the feint is I'm burning 2 actions to open you up, so my third action to attack you is actually going to do an insane. I get a +5 to hit effectively, which allows me to put in, stab you in the gut and move out. That's kind of the if you're a veteran, get 4 combat actions, you can do some insane bullshit with feinting. Feinting really does improve as you improve a lot more. Let's see. Generally speaking, though, if you want to actually, here's what it's 10. Yes, the Father Alexander Anderson simulator. It was yeah, Cruciform's making pretty good progress, all things considering. We've managed to, if I go all the way down here, we are currently here. We're on page 37 of 70. Now, once everything is done here, and I feel very confident about everything, I'm going to put out the manuscript saying, playtest this. What do you think works? What do you think doesn't work? What do you want to see? What do you not want to see? And just see what people have to do and what people have to say. Let's... Mm. 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 Yeah, spraying haphazardly is literally you were just aiming at a location and pulling and holding the trigger down. Is it good? No, it is covering fire. Then we do that. We understand what's going on here. So that brings us to defensive actions, which is actually going to be reactions. Or change that to reactions to make it sounds better. And then we're going to go here. So. Mm. 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 Let's. Actually, we pilot reactions. We need to go all the way back up here to. Mm. 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 Yeah, kind of a janky way of putting it, but it works. Put it right there. That. Hit that. Pilot reactions. That button. Do this. This. Right there. Actually reminds me, we're going to hit that. We're going to hit this. We're going to hit that. So, going to just select all of these things. Put them right here. So, we want to do block. We want to perform a block technique. The pilot. Mm. 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 Um. Mm. 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 Player after attack on the pilot. Declare after a successful attack on the pilot. So it's like, hey, I want to declare after pilot. So we don't do that anymore. Mm. 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 Prone. You're effectively saying, I'm not even confident I'm going to be hit. I'm just saying, fuck that. We won't have the dodge action. Declare. Target of an attack. Of an attack. This we do. This we goes. Sorry if I'm not responding. I am literally just. So, do then immediately go into link attack and link defense. We do the link actions. So, link attack. There we go. Ally with a ranged or melee attack of their own against the same target. One of the most valuable things about link attack. This is the thing about link attacks. Let's see. Ask someone with hundreds of dead manuscripts, Jenny and Kira, what drives you to make all these games? Like some of them are really damn good, but you clearly don't do it for purely commercial reasons. Source of creative actualization, joy for you, really by your work, blah blah blah. I just like doing it. I like doing it. I find it fun. I find it creative. I find it really fascinating. I find it really fascinating because it's entertaining. I like solving little puzzles sometimes. And that's what I really find a lot of these games to be, is here's a puzzle, how do you fix it? Here's a puzzle, how do you make this thing work? How do you make all the little pieces click together all of a sudden? I find that very entertaining. I find that it's a piece of joy for me, and I don't know why it is so enjoyable, but it is. But yeah, there's no greater reason for it. There's no Oh, this is the secret. Dun dun dun. Yeah, I just enjoy doing things, and I enjoy writing, and I enjoy getting all this weird information out. I don't know why. I blame all those technical writing classes I had to do back in all those technical writing classes I had to do in college. But also the dev comment. Yes, there was a dev comment. So let's just do a small note on the dev comment. Didn't want to bring up the dev comment because I didn't feel that it was super appropriate. This is the dev comment. This is Journeyman. Going to be honest with you, man. Generally think the first review, it's not a review, it's an opinion piece. It was harsh, but you really helped me realize how much the game was flawed, which helped me improve it for the physical release. Again, however, thanks for the review. I'm sorry you didn't make the game better with all the changes I've made since you looked at it a few months ago. Don't take it too serious, harsh with everyone, but new lore related to the module at the end of the book, though. There's more content dedicated toward the Academy than any one of the individual regions. That's a fucking lie, by the way. I'm gonna be honest with you, that is a fucking lie, and I can prove it. Here's the thing with Hexen Academy, too. I'm gonna talk about this because I'm fucking here and I can do this. Here's the thing. He's lying about that, or he's delusional. And I'm being very nice when I say that. So, this is physical edition of Hexen Academy. So, we're gonna go down. This is what he's referencing when he talks about the setting information. This is, again, this takes up over half the book. This is why I harp on this section a lot in the actual video. Because this is over half the book. This is what you are actually buying. This is a huge section of the game you are actually buying. All of this lore is horse shit. It's really not good. Because it doesn't make sense. And this immediately took me out of the entire game because it is effectively nonsense. And I know it's complete nonsense because they have the SS Victoria. It's like first fucking second you hear, oh, this is bullshit. This is complete. It doesn't matter because he doesn't care. That's immediately what I saw. He doesn't give a shit. And then it just makes everyone look really dumb. So we go all the way down here. This is the actual academic proposal. The problem with this is that everything leading up to the Academy's foundation is dumb. It is information that doesn't go anywhere or is done. I want you to think about this. Where do you think Charleston is from? Just think of that name, Charleston. If someone, I want you to look at this statement right here with no prior information. What culture do you think Charleston is from? What do you think Charleston is? Incorrect. This is the Northern Water Tribe from Avatar. This is the Northern Water Tribe from Avatar. That's what Panem is. You gotta remember, that's what Panem is. It is the Northern Water Tribe. And his name is Dean Charleston. Dean fucking Charleston. Now you may be wondering, hey Notepad, is that just because Balos colonized them and gave them real names? And the answer is no, because they have names like Waka. You can't use that argument. That'd be like if the fucking Brits invaded a fucking... That's like if Brits invaded an African country, and then every single African country in there being less like, what's your name? You know, oh, my name is, of course, Yasuke. What's your name? Yes, my name is Amori. It's like they just named something completely fucking random. Again, we've led up to this point, and it makes no sense. There's this huge disconnect, and I stopped caring. I am now disassociated entirely from the actual, like, main section of the book. And the thing is, you have to remember, like, oh, well, here's like, oh, here's how do we make this? It's the Belosian Senate. It's like how much damage because you have to remember the main gimmick of this entire thing. I didn't talk about it in the video because I could talk literally about like an hour or two about the lore of this game, of how fucking terrible it is at like a systematic level, and how it really hurts the entire rest of the premise, and how everything else is ruined by it. Everything else is hilariously ruined by the lore because it calls into question everything else. And that's why I have that Joker thing in the video. Actually, I have that section in the Joker thing where you have to either make a decision whether or not to rewrite 95% of the lore, make it funny, or sit back and have to get ready to answer 95% of questions of why is this the way that it is. There is no reason this man's name is Dean Charleston, outside of the fact he couldn't come up with a decent name. But then you start thinking, BIC is effectively the CIA. Because you have to remember, Balos is a nuclear state. Balos has nuclear energy. They are a fully functional modern state, effectively. They have firearms, they have flying ships, they have a nuclear reactor. They also have one shipyard. Their entire navy, their entire flying navy is built from one shipyard. You know, because they can do that. Yeah, it's like, use a small airship that will traverse between the 6 regions. And it's like, oh, what do we do? We used clouds. Yep. There we go. Literally, that's what Hexen Academy is flying. It is a flying castle in the middle of the sky, filled with academic wonder and merriment. Why is this weird? Because that's really fucking distant from everything. Let's talk about the lore of every other part of the region. Here's the Magic Wizard School literally in the clouds. So far removed from everything else. And you're like, oh. And it's like, oh, look everyone, it's you gotta make sure everything is, you know. You have to remember, Scalo came into being not even 25 years ago. The Scalo, see, the ceasefire in 596, the Scalo were discovered that year. Discovered. You have to remember, these cave people, who are a hunter-gatherer society, who wear literal fucking loincloths and have no scent of anything, was effectively discovered here, but don't worry. Less than a decade later, they are fully willing, you know, about a decade, they're like, yeah, we'll donate regions. These people don't speak your language. These people have no fundamental idea that you even existed 10, 20 years ago. This is us approaching some people from the Sentinel Islands and being like, hey, can you please donate resources to us? We're building a magic sky castle. Holy shit, this is a huge fucking deal. Okay, it's just like, yeah, it just works. It just works, man. And one shipyard, such a civilian thought process. Like, all I knew about the academy is basically I wrote a lot of extra fluff that leads to the academy. I'm like, yeah, and it is a lot of that. And the thing is this, so you know, maintain neutrality is built on foundation constructed of clouds. Like, yeah, mind you, 12 years on the 15th anniversary, 15 years ago, a century-long war where a nuclear power effectively committed cultural genocide. Let's not beat around the bush there. They committed cultural genocide on an entire region. They firebombed another, but still lost that one. And 15 years ago, we effectively invited 2 completely unique civilizations into the global spheres of influence. Yeah, let's just open up a Magic Wizard Academy. I'm like, holy shit. This is like saying, oh yeah, no, Hogwarts was opened 5 years ago. You know, oh, Hogwarts is like 50 years old. Dumbledore personally opened the doors. You know, Dumbledore was like 20 when he opened it. That would be fucking insane. If J.K. Rowling said that, she would have been laughed out of the fucking room. You're like, yeah, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Oh, wizards don't, yeah. J.K. Rowling making weird lore tidbits like, oh yeah, well there was no modern plumbing because wizards would just magic their poop away or whatever. There's fine, fuck it, they're wizards, man. I don't give a shit. This is like, hey, we fundamentally can't like listen to people. It's like, what? That's why I say like it is so nonsensical. Yeah, it's like it's like that one African tribe that donated 12 cows in the USA when they heard about 9/11. But that's the thing. They understood that the USA existed. They understood that the USA needed assistance to give, so they gave 12 cows. 15 years ago, Scalo did not know there was another functional nation. Scalo isn't a nation. It's a bunch of cave people living in like little basic tribal societies. This is 15 years ago. This is Balo. This is a fucking America showing up to that same tribe being like, hey, we're starting a magic school in the sky. Do you want to give us shit for it? That is literally what it was like. And it's like, what? That's so fucking weird. But then you have to ask more questions about things. Like, oh, well, what are you learning at Hexen Academy? Well, what are we learning with Hexen Academy? Nothing. First time interacting with individuals from outside of their homeland. Motherfucker, they do not speak the same language. Yeah, commingle, even with the, that the regions begin to commingle with one another. Motherfucker, you've spent the last 20 pages, you've spent the last few pages explaining that Balos has been committing cultural fucking genocide. So you're saying, like, yeah, they're just working and just mingling with each other. I'm like, what? Yeah, we're out there wits trying to figure out the best way. Yeah, like, with subsequent getting more and more successes, more students graduated, and faculty adjusted their lesson plans to help students acclimate to one another. And the thing is, what does that, like, what does this actually tell us? What does this tell us about the Magic Wizard School? The Magic Wizard School kinda doesn't work. Alright, what are we doing in the Magic Wizard School? Learning about different cultures? Learning about different groups? Okay. What does that do? Like, is it represented in the game? No, it's not represented in the game. The game is about building a crafting bar up. All of that lore shit doesn't mean anything if you look at the core game. And I don't like bringing in lore a lot, because if you don't bring in lore a lot, not that. The problem is, if you don't bring in lore to this game is really fucking dull. It's a 2d6 consult to this chart game. That is all you need to do. This is the entirety of the game. But no, it's not that. Because remember, we start here. This is setting, page 21. This is what I talk about when it comes to like the blocks of text. This is Balos. This is literally learning about the power. This is just a block of text. Why do we need to like cool, like here's a bunch of it's a bunch of weird side information that feels like nothing's actually going on. It's side information. Are we going to be doing these things? Is this going to be an important thing we're going to be doing? Is Balos like a place we're going to visit? No, we're going to Magic Wizard School. Harry Potter did not leave fucking Hogwarts until like the 4th book. And they're like, let's go to the Weasleys' house for 5 minutes. We're going back to the Magic Wizard School. Because that's what Harry Potter was about. It was about the Magic fucking Wizard School. They go to a place because they have to either get to the Magic Wizard School or they are trying to get out of the Magic Wizard School to save the Magic Wizard School. Like, and it's like, yeah, here's the economy. Do we have to worry about the economy in this game? No, you don't actually have to really worry about the economy because you can't buy anything except when you can. It's like, yeah, it's like, why is this a piece of information? A lot of coins will have less than 5% of its weight comprised of gold. The actual make of these coins varies junk metal gathered from Karma Mountain, which is melted down, melted into coin, packaged and shipped off to other regions who use it. What does this bring us? What kind of information is that? That's not valuable information. That's weird side information. That's fun information. But why? But here's the thing. This is the important thing. Penem used the gold standard because it was forced on them. Zane lives in a fucking elf tribal society. Atmos doesn't actually use the money, and nobody else has money. No one uses it. Huh. Weird. It's like, oh, well, here's all the religions and stuff. I'm like, does the religions mean anything? But then you look at it as like, it's the sacred snake Victoria, the sacred dragon Arum. Like, okay, like, and this is what I mean. It's just like, here's this, and then you read something like the Infinity Engine, which is a literal nuclear power plant. When I talk about a nuclear power plant, this is a volcanic nuclear power plant that they have. And then they have shit like the shipyard. They have, you know, a comical doom weapons. They have all of these things. And you're like, okay, this is what the setting is like. But it's not. This isn't what the setting is at all. Because then Scalo exists. You literally go from these people have high technology effectively to a, like, we don't understand anything. We, you know, it's not even it's a room. They live in a fucking cave. Do they talk about these places in particular? No, not really. You're supposed to kind of just make them up your own. But then you realize, like, these are literally cave people. And it's like, oh. Like, we haven't give them any move. Like, everything is traded here. I'm like, supposed to learn about this? Is this something, like, we're supposed to be, like, cool? And it's like, you kind of see, like, oh, here's all these sanctums and stuff. Like, this isn't lore. This isn't useful information. This is bullshit. This is bullshit weird stuff that you learn about that the GM looks at for, like, 5 seconds. And there's, the thing is, there's mechanics in here. You can't even see right here, there's fucking mechanics in here. This is what I meant by, like, this game is just a lot of fucking text that doesn't go anywhere. And your eyes glaze over. And your eyes just glaze over, and you look at it, you're like, oh, okay. And then you realize in the game that, oh, hey, Zanians can't physically lift anything. They're pathetically weak. They can't use any magic. They can only use shock magic. But then, again, it's one of those things, like, the gameplay contrast with what else is going on. It's like, oh, well, here's all this information. And he got really mad at me, being like, well, you didn't cover the module. Well, you should have covered the module. And I'm like, why? It's a tutorial mod. No reason for me to do that. But then you have, like, oh, let's design creatures. Let's design enemies. Not an example enemy. Oh, no. Here's the thing. Not an example enemy. Let's just do this. Let's just give them a giant block of text that you read and you're like, all right, cool, bye. I'm just gonna just tune out. Because that's what happened. I tuned out. And then you realize that all the monsters here also occupy this. Where do you learn about squares? Well, you learn about squares here. You don't learn about squares in the fucking glossary entry, the page 1 fucking glossary entry. No, you don't learn about them there. You in fact learn about them 8 pages down from the page 1 glossary in the section called the moves, in which it is a side note, effectively, that these are 1 yard. As someone pointed out, the setting needed an antagonistic faction. That's the thing. You needed a really antagonistic faction. Like, on the other side of the continent, there was the evil fucking nightmare death empire of necro vampire lords or something. And then it's like, yeah, we have to band together. We are very disparate cultures, but we are banded together to fight the evil empire or whatever. Being like, here's the tech guys, here's the fucking Care Bears. And it was literally the goddamn Captain Planet. We are disparate people from disparate places, but we have to work together. But it's not that. That's the problem. And then again, we go back to that Joker post. You're going to have to rewrite 90%, 95% of the lore, or you're just going to improvise half of it. So it's like all of this information here is worthless. All of this stuff that it's like, well, you got to read all of this things here. It's worthless because what are you going to use it for? Well, I'm going to use it to explain Penem. You understand Penem. No one else fucking does. You want to know what people are going to see here in Penem? You want to know what people are going to be right here? Penemese born within Kron may have tan skin due to one of their ancestors being from Balos. That's what people fucking saw, because it's funny. But then you look at it and you're like, weirdly enough, why is in this game, for no reason seemingly, where was the, this is one of those things where you look at it, you're like, that's kind of odd. Where is it? It's, they have a note being like, oh yeah, they don't actually have many women. Yeah, no, it's an oddity among the Penemese. Penemese population is mostly comprised of women, the one male being born for every 10 females on average. Why even put that in? What does that do? It's never brought up again, except when you start talking about this, and then you're like, oh, it's the NTR squad rolling up. This is all, and I'm like, this has to be written for a reason, but it's not elaborated upon, so we ended up making fun of it. We ended up laughing at it, because it's fucking hilarious, and your eyes glaze over, and you stop caring. And again, I fucking told him, like, you gotta break this shit up. Yeah, you know, it's a bitch to read. Don't fucking do this. Never do this. If there's not 2 points for a bullet point, don't make it a bullet point. He got rid of a lot of the bullet points. I'm gonna say, he got rid of a lot of the bullet points. But he didn't learn from why I told him to do that. Because you can do this a better way. This is my problem with this game. The fact that this game is being sold for $30 fucking dollars. That's the problem. This is a $30 game. And then you get things like your credit score, which is I read people like, what do you mean your credit score? You know, is the one of the, you know, is how many shekels I have? No. That's the thing. You literally have to get credits to graduate. Yeah. You need a right amount of it to actually graduate properly. Interesting. You need... But how do you get credit? You can game the system and get a shit ton of credits. And you want to know how you level up in this game? You want to know how? You use the fucking crafting system. The extremely boring, extremely basic crafting system. Because I know when I watched Harry Potter when I was fucking 5... You know, it's... you know, it's... I remember watching Harry Potter sections. I didn't like Harry Potter. That wasn't my thing. But I watched it because everyone had to watch Harry Potter. And the thing is, you realize he doesn't go to school. School is a plot point. He goes to biology. It's like, what is it, fucking plantology or whatever. He goes to that class because later on in the story, he goes back to that class to get something. They pull out a mandrake and say, oh, wow, look, it's a mandrake. And then he goes back later, oh, I'm going to pull out a mandrake because I know how to do that because I went to class. It's a plot point. That was actually a very big thing I did in, that was a big thing I actually did in Scala Maleficarum. This was actually a very large thing that I tried my best to do in this particular game. My very square game. This is the big thing. This is why I felt like it was not ever good enough for me. And it's one of those things like, where was it? Get all your skills and you're like, yeah, you need to learn how to do all these various skills or breaking it. If you notice as well, I'm breaking up the blocks of text with images, with tables, with things to get people to look away from it. I'm breaking all the skills up to make it look. But one of the ideas is go all the way down here. How do you go to class? What does going to class do? Going to class levels you up. You get an immediate bonus out of it. And it's like, hey, what's your first year look like? You damn well know your first year you're going to get a bunch of ability, a bunch of course options, a bunch of things that you want. Because, hey, look, you can have focus classes, you can have broad classes, and you can do a lot of different things that you want. We're going to a STEMA course. What does this mean? If you're going to a STEMA course, that means you can take math classes. You can do this, you can do that, you can do this. You don't need to. I'm expecting you to. And what happens when you lose? Oh no, I've done something bad. You want to know what happens? You get detention and you lose experience points. You want to get caught because you don't want to lose experience. Ta-da, that's it. I did this shit in 42 fucking pages. Like, that was kind of the idea. But Hexen doesn't do that. And that's why I got mad at Hexen. And he's like, oh, well, you didn't talk about this. Because this is page, mind you, page 111 of 140. This is the back of the fucking book. You slog through the entire book to get here. And what do we get? Block of text and about 1 million fucking bullet points with Dean Charleston, with Jojo. And then you get Olga, Rebecca, and Sansa. You get a bunch of people and you get a bunch of information that may or may not actually be worth anything. Why isn't that Mojang named Susan? Susan. I don't know why. It's never explained why her name is Susan. It just is. Being like, oh yeah, here it is. This is a tutorial. And this is what I said in the first stream about this game. This is a tutorial. You don't need to worry about it because I'm going to give you a secret. Is an arena comprised of 400 marble tiles, explained in a grid. Here's a bunch of things. This doesn't really mean much. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, you can kind of get this together a lot nicer. Why are we doing everything as structured as it is? Like, yeah, these are very structured of just how to teach you the game. Nothing wrong with that, but now here is 4 or 5 pages of just students. Which you find more funny characters like Rosa, and then you realize this bitch has brought a fucking crossbow to school. Why does she have a crossbow? I don't fucking know. She just fucking does. Because fuck you. And then you see shit like this. I don't read this. Look, my eyes hurt reading this. Because you put everything, because you fucking selected all of this like this and hit Control U. This is not readable. My eyes hurt reading this. My eyes sting. And then I look at this, I'm like, I don't care. Because I'm completely out at this point. I've completely lost interest of what the fuck's going on. Being like, oh, well, here's the module. Being like, your module sucks. Because my eyes hurt reading it. That's the secret. If my eyes hurt reading your book, this is not a good thing. This is a bad thing. Again, you're understanding of being like, this is like the little things there. And I said, add more lore. He didn't quite understand, which is important. And I wrote like a 3-minute segment exclusively about lore. This game really needs 3 streams. Hexen Academy. Hexen literally, he got really mad at me for making the video. That's why I'm a little incensed about it. He got mad at me. Where was the line that he said that I like? Yeah, there we go. This is the fucking line that annoyed me. By the way, this is the line that that fucking annoyed me, and I don't like this. I hate this line. No, and if you look in Blue Server, if you look in If you look in my thing, Sprug Workshop in Blue Server, you will find it. And I will actually let me bring up the exact reason why I got really incensed about this. Why I got really annoyed is this line right here. It just seems like wasted effort to me. Being like, go through the effort just to produce a review that's somehow worse than the one you made before, where you called it a fifth of a wizard game. It's just like wasted effort to me. That fucking annoys me. That I fucking... Don't bitch at me saying it's wasted effort on my part. Fuck you. I gave JD the benefit of the fucking doubt. I did. I thought he's just incompetent. Fine. But no, I think he's an idiot. I don't think he's a good game designer, and everything he says now is going to be immediately prefaced by the fact that I don't think he's actually qualified to give any advice on tabletop games. This line right here, that got me. That incensed me. I don't like that. That annoys me. I don't get annoyed very easily. Going to be honest with a lot of people, I put on a show sometimes because people like shows. I got very annoyed with that. I got very annoyed with that line. I don't know why you keep fucking calling him a review. Again, I called it straight up because it's a fucking opinion piece. That was the initial comments he made about the video. About the stream, actually. It was just like, well, you didn't really talk about all the good stuff I did, like change the font. And that was kind of like what the back half of that video was, is like, I'm not going to compliment you on making the game passable. Congrats, you went from an F- to an F. You still fail. But you did better. Good job. He's published. He's published through Stormforger. This man has a publisher, and he is a moderator. A fucking moderator on a RPG design Discord. He should fucking know better than this. But he doesn't. So I have to discount everything he says now. What's the full context of that conversation? You want the full context? So let me zoom all the way up. So to give you an idea, so here's what this is the I post the video. This is the thing. I post the video right here. Everyone kind of responds. Going to be on first, much better than it was a harsh review. Don't get me wrong. It helped me a lot. I felt like your issues in regards to personal taste and flaws. Yeah. Now and again, I don't call these reviews still. This is a Magic Wizard School game that doesn't deal a lot with Magic Wizard School. Material in the module that's specifically made to cover your stay at the Magic School. All right, fine, let's do it here. And then it was just like, here's a rundown of NPCs. But I just showed you why I meant like I didn't cover that, because it was hard to fucking read, and it's just a bunch of names. It's not why we do things. Like, oh, here's a bunch of monsters, but you have to use the core system for that. And we've already completely glossed over everything. I'm out at that point. Yeah. Let me bring up the if we're doing this, and we are doing this. Because this is something that I got very incensed about. So, core rules explains how you play the game. The first page you get is a fucking glossary. Is a glossary of random ass terms. It's the primer, helps you understand what it's like to be a character from one of the 6 regions. The problem is, again, the primer zoned me out. It was so funny. I was laughing my ass off. Helps you run the game, includes a pre-made module. It's not a module, it's a tutorial segment. And that's the thing. Oh yeah, Rufus and Rose, it's like, the module is step-by-step tutorial of how to play it. That's fine. This is not addressing the main issues I brought up. I didn't care for it. You didn't care for what I asked you. I thought I gave it away the first video. Yeah, I was just like, I don't know why you wanted me to go over it again. Yeah, and then he got mad at me, like, why didn't you tell me you just didn't want to go over it? And I'm like, I did want to go over it, because you offered to me. That was my big thing. Seems like just wasted effort to me. Let's. And then I kind of launched into like a longer conversation about why I got really taken out of it to another person. Why I got taken out of it. Never really, so I didn't have that, read the entire lore twice just to make sure things work. It didn't. We read it, singular ship job, like, it was kind of more the idea, like, the entire pitch of Hexen Academy did not work for me. And because the entire pitch didn't work, I was taken out of it, so I was left with the system. And the system is not very good. It is laid out very poorly. It is a bunch of text thrown at you. And yeah. And you guys like, why did you bother reviewing it? It's just, again, it's wasted effort. Again, and that again, it's just like, motherfucker, you sent this game. That's the part. Yeah, and I got a little shitty with him about that. Because, what else am I gonna do? So sent this, I got very mad at this. I could have probably responded better. I could have told him to fuck off. That would be probably, be a lot easier for me to, head on your shoulders for game design. There's a reason. That's why. Professional courtesy. Because Hex Academy 2 let me down. If you didn't like the video, that's your prerogative. Where else am I going to make NTR squad? Yeah, and it's that's kind of the back and forth here. Like that's what I mean by like that statement of like, I think he got mad that I didn't comment over every single thing, because if you noticed, I never talk about modules. I never talk about anything like that in the video, because I really don't assume people are going to use them, because I wouldn't use them. You said I did it because the part of the pre-revision edges I liked are no longer there. I'm gonna get banned. So, oh yeah, no. And the thing is, if I get banned, I know exactly why I'm gonna get banned. That's the funny thing. If I get banned from this for whatever reason, I know exactly why now. It was because JD reached out to me. He wanted my review on it. He asked me for a review. Wondered when I was going to do the review on the second one. And I did it. And I did it with malice in mind. It was, of course. I did this and I'm like, okay, it's going to be something different. And it didn't. It did not impress me. He went from a Google Doc to an advanced. He wanted an IGN review. Like, nah, I don't think he wanted an IGN review. I think he wanted me to say, here's all the things that are better in the game. This is why it's better. This is why it's better. This is why it's better. But again, it's not... If you notice in the video, I don't cover the system at all, because he didn't change the system, and like why I kind of wrote off the system initially was because this is a really boring fucking system. Yeah, he got rid of the explosive combat option. Good. That shouldn't have been there in the beginning. I should not be able to atomize a Care Bear. That shouldn't be an option. The fact that I can kill someone in that game should not be an option, because this is a Magic Wizard School game about Magic Wizard School. But a sample character has a fucking crossbow with a bomb. Like, that's why Rosa's so funny to us. That's the funny part, is things like that. Even in the module, one of the sample fucking characters has a bomb arrow. She brought this to school, and it's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with what's going on. Are you sure it's not an error in communication? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I don't know. It's... he set me off a little bit with that comment, and video's gonna stay up. Because fuck it. I think the problem, Anon by choice, with that is that is a setting he knows. This is I think a very important aspect of it. That is a setting he knows inside and out. So, and that is a book he's worked on for quite a while, I think. He knows everything in there perfectly. And when I say, the lore is kind of dog shit, he's like, no, it's not. It's perfect. It's a fine piece of lore. There's nothing wrong with it because I wrote the lore. And there's nothing wrong with it. And even though if you take a second and think about it, things fall apart. Things fall apart quickly. But we don't think about that too much, do we? We don't. We shouldn't. The second we start thinking about things like that, things start falling apart a little bit. It starts falling apart when you realize that one of the most optimized characters in the game is just a Belosian man who can cast death on anyone. Then you realize that, oh, every single Belosian person can cast a bomb on a handful of coins, pretty much with impunity almost, and throw them at people to blow them up and kill them instantly at the end of the scene. You manage to plant a single coin, a quarter, on someone. At the end of the scene, you snap your fingers and they die. If they are not prepared for an item bomb, they die instantly. There's no time limit, except when there is, except when there isn't. But then it's like, it's little things like that. Can characters die in Scholar Maleficarum? Yes, they can under extreme situations. That's the thing. With Scholar Maleficarum, it takes a very long time to die, and it's even explicitly stated that you should never let someone in the first 4 years die. Never. They get hurt bad, but they never get killed. After that, after you enter your 5th year and you start doing some really dangerous stuff, then yeah, you can get hurt a lot worse and you can die. But you're never as kids. You'll never get hurt as a kid. Yeah, it might get your feelings hurt. But how many sessions in a year in SMK? Scholar Maleficarum. I believe I did I think it was 3 to 4 a semester. So 3 to 4 a semester, so that would be about 12 to 15 a year. But I did put in a note saying some semesters should go longer than others because if something cool is going on, you should obviously perform, do cool adventures. On the other hand, if you are undergoing, you can kind of do time skip, ones where you don't get a lot of stuff going on, obviously, but hey, it's winter now. Why? Because we want to do winter stuff. I kind of left that open up to interpretation, but I'm also not charging $30 for Scholar Maleficarum. That's another big aspect of it. This is being charged for $10 for a PDF and $30 for a hardcover. $30 fucking dollars. Okay. So yeah, that's my long-winded rant on things. Why I couldn't really do that kind of thing in a video. Sorry if I'm being a little bit quiet right now. This is called me being very focused. Grab some- no. That was quite tangent. I know. $30 lot for a physical book. I know D&D costs like $60 per book. $30 is $30 isn't a lot for a physical book, but he's doing a hardcover and what you get out of it. If the game had full artwork for everything and there was a bunch of stuff in there, yeah, I would say $45 could easy. I wouldn't bat an eye, but it's like this is $30 for effectively a Google Doc. Because you have to remember this, and on my choice, D&D, that $60 per book is not $60 per book. That's about $20, $30 a book. With $30 because the D&D logo is on the front cover. That's the real value right there, baby. D&D can sell you an $85 book easily, and I think people would be like, "Ah, yes, it's Dungeons and Dragons, of course, obviously." Parrying an unarmed strike with a weapon. Parrying an improvised weapon with a weapon is a +2. Has a +2 to it. Parrying an unarmed strike with a weapon is a +4. Parrying a weapon with a weapon is 0. A weapon with an improvised unarmed strike and then we go. We do parrying. Need to do roll with punch. Roll with punch. Actually, we reduce the table size by. We reduce it by 1. If we reduce it to 9, we are Gucci. 2 by 10, we reduce it to 10. That means up here we reduce 2, 1, 2, 3. We reduce 2 by 2. We go here. Go an unarmed strike. That means we can now put in. We put you right here. And then we do roll with punch. Rolling with punch is your pretty much rolling with punch is your really safe option. It's really safe, it's very reliable, and it's going to keep you alive. All the more reason why you shouldn't use it, because it is a it's kind of a trap option. That's kind of the thing with it. It is somewhat of a trap option. And what I mean by it's a trap option, it is very much going to bite you in the ass if you're not ready for it, because you're just eating a lot of your actions to do not much. Go, and then we do cav reaction. This isn't even a stream on it, to be honest. This is me talking about Metal Saviors, my white whale. It just got brought up because of those dev comments, and it happens. It pretty much just got 2 streams. That's all. Works better if you're nearly dead, I suppose, and you would need to be rescued by your teammates. Yeah, it's kind of the idea is roll with punch is I got hurt bad. Owie, I am not doing too good. I know I can't really block this gunshot. I know it's going to do a shit ton of damage. I'm just going to burn 3 actions and reduce it by 9. And it's like, just something. Let's see, actually what I should do is... yeah. Now we have calves. Kieves uniatos. Let's see. Let's see. Block the. Actually, no. Or the cav unit arms. Don't need to worry about dive anymore. We don't fuck any. Technically don't even need to worry about diving anymore because you can't dive in a cab unit. Let's see. Attempts to. Dodging an energy firearm is a -6, right? -8. Dodging a kinetic arm is only 4. We cannot dodge explosives. Ejection. Ejection. This would not be a roll ejection. This would be a do we have any E? Give it off themselves outside. Have unit. There we go. Yeah, congratulations with your erratic ejection, otherwise known as I'm just going to hit the emergency latch and you effectively, toss yourself out of the cab for an erratic. We don't want to do that usually because it's probably hurt. You can get out of here, however. Evasive maneuvers. Evasive maneuvers is your way of saying, oh no, I am within range of the sniper. I am going to hit the button to go fast. Hussar's benefit. Let me see. By the way, this upgrade means I can make Armor Hunter, Mellow Link, and Metal Saviors now. Be a dude with an AT rifle that can do commando level shit with automatic and vehicles. Technically, if you want, how I want this to occur. This is the optimal outcome, by the way. Optimal outcome. I want to be able to have a paired attachment to each squad, effectively. You have your squad. You can bring in infantrymen. You can bring in a vehicle, artillery support vehicles. You can bring in people with you to assist you. Which, effectively, it could be, hey, I want to bring in we have 2 infantry squads and they've gone through the entire fucking campaign with us. We have this entire fucking campaign with us. These guys are going to be commando hardasses. Give one of those guys an AT rifle. They are going to fucking hunt down cav units with you. Like, you won't be playing Mellow Link. You're going to be backing that dude up. But if you really spec into that, you probably could do something like that. You did have a side note where you put calves have shoes where they either have normal legs or skate rollers. Don't remember those making any. Effectively, with the calf shoes, it's the calf shoes side note is effectively a side note dictating like, oh, well, what if I get stuck in mud or whatever? You won't get stuck in mud. Calf shoes exist. How are we, moving around so efficiently? Calf shoes. They are effectively, it's literally like, it would be a switch you would flick in your mech without thinking about it, being like, okay, we're entering something muddy, flick on your skates. Hey, actually, it wouldn't be your skates, it would be your cleats, I believe. Hey, we're entering in a flat terrain, we're entering a road, flick on your skates. Just because so we can go fucking faster without thinking about it. That's effectively how they are. It's background information to justify doing certain other things. That's all it is. Nothing too intense. Let's see. Link attacks. Link defenses still work as... And parry. Luckily, parrying does not actually have anything with improvised weapons. Don't have to worry about. That's the big thing. We don't have to worry about it. There we go. Calf punching is literally moving up to your enemy and punching them in the face. It is a very efficient way of combat, actually. Action modifier. Here comes to dodge. That is the benefit of maneuver. I missed. What about powered armor infantry? You don't have power armor, you have a pike unit. That's the big thing, you have a pike unit. Pikes are personal infantry kinetic firemen. I end up fucking pikes. There we go. It's a pike. It is a pike is referred to as a personal infantry kinetic equipment. That's it. Pike suits are effectively your power armor. I had to remove what they looked like, but let me see if I can. This is how I always envisioned pikes to look like, by the way. Genuine power armor. Like, this was, like, effectively max suits from planet side. A pike unit is terrifying to infantry, by the way. Because it effectively picture 4 or 5 max units popping in. You can't damage them, because small arms fire doesn't really do much against MSR capable units. Yeah, it ain't fun. It ain't fun for anyone involved. However, to cav units, a pike isn't really a problem. Why pikes are dangerous to cav units is because, yeah, you can hit them really hard, but there's a lot more of them than you, and they all have anti-cav weapons. They have cav scale weapons that can actually deal some real damage to you, and if there's 4 or 5 of them, they can just point and click, and then suddenly you get turned into paste. Now I get the pun with pikes and calves. Yeah, no, that's why I called them pikes, is because, yeah, what does cavalry hate running into? A pike square. Which, honestly, a pike square is very fucking awful. They don't actually have a lot. I was actually thinking about buffing up pikes to be a little bit tougher. Because they can take a little bit of punishment. And, like, these guys can take a bit of punishment. Not too much, but enough. And you get a good gun line going. Just bring. Get a few rifles on these guys. And yeah, no, cav units ain't gonna have any fun. They are not balling. And I was thinking about changing them into a infantry squad rather than their kind of like independent entity they are right now. Just out of my own desire. Let's see. Reorient was literally put in place because people kept getting shot in the back. You want to know why? Gonna be real. There's gonna be some real fucking tight numbers here, but. There we go. It's roll with punch and hunker down are effectively the same thing. Actually, you know what we can do? No. 3 sounds. I could probably. Ogre, where we have infantry and marines with both power armor infantry in the game. There should be squads of power armor dudes because you can't have 2 of those squads like Ogre. Where it's what I mean by squads or individual units. It's how they are represented on the field. That's the main issue. I believe. Okay, so we have successfully made this section less terrible to read. Now it is slightly easier to read. Let's see, what time is it? What time is it? We've been streaming for 3 hours. All right, kings. Guess what that means? It means that we're going to get some coffee. Let's see. Like an infantry unit is 20 men. A squad is probably like 5 men. It's kind of the way infantry squads are handled currently. Let's see. It's currently like an infantry squad. If I want to make a squad of infantry, they have effectively a combat rating from 5 to 15, representing their ability, and every squad member counts as 1 health. I'm going to change this, by the way. And so an infantry squad will actually move around in each point. They move tiles. Now, one of the big advantages of infantry is that they move tiles. They can move wherever they want. They don't have movement speed, so it's like, oh, this takes 3 tiles, you know, this takes 3 movement for me to enter, it takes them 1. And the thing is, infantry get fucked. They can get really damaged very quickly. They about 10 per squad member. The thing is, for pike units, is as of right now, they are technically independent entities. So it's like, unless I'm like, okay, how do I want to change this? Do I want to make them more like vehicles, or do I want to make them more like infantry squads? There's a couple ways of doing it. I do plan on moving those up a little. So now this is where, okay, we got our cavalry actions. So So, when a let's see. Reduce will reduce the durability of their limbs depending on the damage type. As long front or sides, they will assign damage to any location. They will assign damage to any location except their reactor. Except their reactor. Let's see. This one happens by weapon damage time. Each weapon. Be disabled. Pilot must still record all damage it had taken in case severing or destruction. Okay. Its limb were to be destroyed. As long as the attack is being registered from the front or sides of the cav unit. Let's see, as long as the attack is being registered from the front or sides of the cav unit, the pilot will apply damage normally. However, if the pilot is struck from behind and their torso is disabled or destroyed, it will cause a reactor meltdown and subsequent cav explosion. A cav detonation. Like a mongoose from Brigador? I don't know. Let me look. Yeah, I'd say it pretty accurately. It would probably be a mongoose. Would probably be, judging by that height, probably either a hussar or a lancer. If you want to be generous, make it a hussar. If you want to enter the suicide box, become a lancer. But yeah. Hell, I could probably make it one. They're quite small, so probably a lancer then. Lancers are not very big. Lancers can be your standard lancers maybe about like 4.5 to about 5 meters tall. They're not very tall. They're not very big. The thing with Lancers is that they are very fast. That's their one advantage. They are very, very fast. If it's any smaller than that, it's probably a pike unit. Subsequent to cav detonation. So we're table in. We're going to put a nice little table in, and actually go. Actually, and we're going to do. We're going to type in damage type, description, example. So damage type. First things first. Automatic. Automatic. Damage is applied to each. We delete that. We delete this column. I know, yeah. I know. Here, damage type, explosive. Then two lenses designated vendor. Okay, so that. This is based very much off front mission, by the way. Fun fact. You used to be able to. The thing with melee is melee used to attack 2 sections at once. That was the big thing. You used to attack two subsequent sections. So if I attacked your right arm, I could attack your torso. If I attacked your torso, I could attack your head. Things like, or I could attack both of your legs. And melee was fucking cracked. It was fucking cracked as shit. And was also incredibly overtuned. Yeah, so, by the way, Notepad, how do you feel about Zoho? I like Zoho. Zoho is pretty nice, pretty cheap, pretty easy to get things done. Very nice user interface. I should use it more often in email and harass people, but I don't because I'm lazy. Unironically, I'm just very lazy and I don't email people because I don't like emailing people. Let's see. I feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, one of the main advantages of melee, one of the main disadvantages of melee though is that you're going to get blocked. So you can actually just It's mostly the attack. It's mostly the defender saying, "Please hack my arm off" with melee, rather than "Please, just decapitate me immediately." Because head used to be actually a. There used to technically be 1, 2, 3. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There used to be 6 hit locations, but that got changed. Shred single. This is all based off of Front Mission, by the way. Specifically, Front Mission 5, I believe. Yes. Everything's based off of Front Mission 5's and how it resolves damage. Because, let me see if I can find... to give you an idea. This is Front Mission 5. And if we, boost up the way... Yeah, let me boost up. Oh, give me... Yeah, I don't... Oh, no, don't give me that. So, kind of the idea here. So, let's see. We've got a... He shoots with a shotgun and just fucking misses. He just biffs the entire roll. No one takes any damage. Walter Wood could retaliate, and then he would immediately shoot against all of the limbs there. And that's why it's very good. And that's how you're supposed to... This is kind of how I imagine some of the fights going down. Various limbs getting hacked off, people shooting each other, kind of even just... pouring into it. You notice like automatic weapons don't do that much damage, relatively speaking. They just do damage fucking everywhere, and they're gonna really fuck your day up. In an ideal situation, I would literally determine where every bullet went. But I am not a computer program, and I am going to make a brave assumption that not many people are either. Yes. You can't show a domain at the end of it without any annoyance, right? Yeah, that's kind of the entire gimmick with Zoho. You can buy a domain from them, or you can attach one. Not too difficult. Let's see. Probably the most dangerous damage type, unironically, is probably shred. Shred damage will fuck your day up beyond repair. That's the big thing with shred, is that it will just mess you. You will not have a fun time if you get hit by shred if you're not planning on it. Because shreds are like shotguns. And if you take damage, take too much shotgun damage, all your limbs are going to get destroyed without you realizing it. Enjoy... boost escaping. Let's see. Now, this is one of those parts where I want to expand on it, so quite a bit. So, let's... So... Ultimate key. Let's. Precious reactors boost engine to empower their cav unit to further heights. To even further heights. When the fifth round begins, every every cav unit has their boost engines charged, ready to be fired off to either escape, overclock their cav unit. Overclock their cav unit. The boost escape. The boost escape has a damaged cav unit attempt to flee the battlefield using their quadrupling their quadrupling their combat speed, shutting off most of their non-essential systems. Should the cav unit attempt to being removed. Let's see. Being removed from play during the boost. Let's see. During the boost escape, the pilot cannot perform any other action than maneuvering, forcing them to zip through the battlefield. Or into and let's see. Enter silent running and laying low. Should the pilot have a change of heart, they may re-enter the battle. They may they may shut off. They may shut off their boost escape and rejoin the battle. However, if they repowering all systems will take a total of round. We'll take a one round in which the which the cav unit will be unable to take any actions. Effectively, if you hit the boost escape button and like, I'm running away, I don't want to be here anymore, and then you immediately like, oh no, I'm going to rejoin the fight, you shut down completely. Like, yeah, no, sorry. Well, welcome back. You're alive. Okay. So your notepad ad on at sprug.com. Yeah. What if the enemy also boost escapes after you? Two people boost escaping after one another leads to a really amusing situation where you literally boost after one another. You both shut down. And imagine like looking over at one another for like a minute trying to boot everything up. You want to know what you do after that? You pull the lever, you eject from your cav unit, you run over to their cav unit really fast, and you throw a grenade at them. You tell me you fight like a man, motherfucker. Again, if you want to have your, just like, I don't need to fight you that way. Let's fight like men. Rip your shirt off. Both of you eject. You just start slugging at one another. It's totally not gay, by the way. There's nothing homoerotic going on between two men with no shirt on beating the crap out of each other in front of their giant robots. I'll have you know that we are completely heterosexual arch rivals. Completely. We are heterosexual life partners or deep-seated rivals. But you can also bait people into doing it too. Because remember, if they boost escape, that means they're shut down. You lead them into a trap, you turn around, haha, Lamau, we're both shut down. Haha, we're both shut down, and then your friend with a fucking, AT rifle zooms around the corner and goes pop, 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 and then they blow up. All's fair in love and war. I'm repowering all systems for a total of 1 round, in which the Cav unit will be unable to take any actions. Let's see. Let's see. Certain modules and Cav units. Cav units are built around the overclock. Overclock, allowing them to tap into more experimental or let's see. Triggering the boost engine. Triggering the boost engine does not require an action. Instead, the pilot must choose when and where to use their boost engine. Boost engine due to its volatile nature. Triggering the boost engine will disable it for the remainder of the combat, for the remainder of the sortie. Let's see. Triggering the boost engine will disable it for the remainder of the sortie, forcing the until engineers can recalibrate the engine. To recalibrate the engine, it's fight or flight, survival or victory. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Is you can trigger the overclock. If you trigger the overclock, this is you saying, I'm going all in, let's fucking go, hell fucking yeah, rock and roll. That's kind of the idea. It's anytime you need to make a cav related skill check, such as cav tricks, even cav sensors, anything like yeah, overclocking is pretty valuable. Now, what I was going to do is I was going to tie some of the different units, some of the new units anyway that I want to make, tie them to the some of them are going to get tied to the overclock mechanic. Like, hey, here's a fucking Lancer that's entire gimmick is just like, yeah, this is an Imperial death machine, effectively. It's just the kamikaze. On the other hand, it's pretty much permanent. Once it's overclocked, it won't stop it being overclocked. You just have to survive the round 5. But it's super easy to survive the round 5, being like, yeah, for anyone else except you. Let's see. Yeah, this is where things get really funny, otherwise known as not very funny. Combat operations area. So combat operations area needs to... Combat operations area needs up here after taking damage. It needs to go right here. So we are going to combat operation area. The combat operations area, which is divided into a series of hexes dubbed hexes. Hex in a series of into a hexagonal grid. With each hex being referred to as a tile to signify to let's see, depending on their current combat speed. Each tile will have a cost. It will have a movement cost. Let's see, we'll have a movement cost. The cav unit will pay to enter the tile. Certain tiles are designated as passable. Are designated as impassable to indicating infantry. Certain tiles are designated as impassable. Are designated as either impassable or blocked. Impossible tiles cannot be crossed by cav units. Due to size, bulk, let's see, size, bulk, or difficulty. Blocked tiles cannot be crossed by any unit type. Cav units cannot be crossed by cav units or vehicles due to size, bulk, or difficulty. Vehicles due to size. Block tiles cannot be crossed by any unit type. That one. However, the scale for however, files are being used for One meter isn't a lot, so if you're moving max speed, if you have a 5, that would be 5 meters. 5 meters to feet, so that's 16 feet in like 5-10 seconds. That's one action to move. One action, and you might have 3 to move 5 to 16 feet. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable in my book. Quick movement, faster action. So, operations area. Then we move into our base file types. So, based in Sneed-pilled. Since we are based in Sneed-pilled, we're going to need 4, which is going to be name, cost, description. Standard 1. Jungles, bushes, mountain. We hit that, we hit that, we go to middle. Make it a little. And how this functions. Bloodly, Barnaby Vorbled. Vorbeal is currently moving the Brisbane Bloodhound, 6 combat speed, needing flank choose cut through the hills. So, elevation. Each tile, whenever elevation, the pilot gains +1 hit. Let's see if we want to do. Das a now cav units. Cav units may spend tile cost time 2. Causing 11d damage to the legs. Sing. If you want to know why I'm not speaking, the cops are outside. Hello, cops. How are you? It's me, the Notepad add-on. God's silliest soldier. Let's see. This design focus. Let's go weaken back armor for the for enemies to exploit. And it was to exploit in the pilot area. Whenever the pilot ends their maneuver or uses the reposition reaction, they may set their facing to determine where and what they are facing. Where and what they are facing in battlefield. On the battlefield. Okay, so we do that, and then we see we don't need to worry about that. However, let's see. Should a cav unit be struck by an enemy in the front, they will take damage as normal. However, taking damage from a side will protect the opposite arm damage. Will protect from a side. Now, taking damage from a side will prevent the opposite arm from damage. Shifting indirectly. All protecting the Cavs' Volt reactor. That is a very valid tactic, and I'm okay with that being a valid tactic, which is, hey, I want to move around, I want to maneuver a little bit, and put myself so only my left arm is taking damage, especially if you're playing something like Stratioid. If you're playing a Stratioid, one of your arms is stronger than the other. So it's entirely possible, like a shield arm, effectively, whose entire purpose is, yeah, I'm literally built one of my arms, my gooning arm, you could say, to soak damage for me. So I'm constantly shifting and moving and trying to get damage just on my right while protecting my other arm that may be a little bit weaker or have a good gun strapped to it. Pilots either they can shoot their target, playing the line of sight and field. The pilots actively avoid being spotted by. Let's see. So we. Let's do find cover. The target is broken line of sight. They cannot be targeted with an attack, as the pilot cannot trace them. Target is concealed or silent running. The concealed or silent running. The Mm. 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 Nope, we want to fix position on page. Insert table 1 1 2. Image options, text wrapping, position, recolor, adjustments. Where the fuck are you? Actually, no. Whatever. Here, table property, middle, enter. Then I would need to do this and this, but that's then. So, we've done this. Now get something double off. What we're going to do is we're going to make a column to the left. That's the wrong option. We need to make a column to the left. And you right there. I want you to do. No, do what I want you to do. Put you right there. I'm gonna expand you out. Okay. Put your. Oh no, you're leaving. You're leaving the text box. Stop leaving the box. Stop. Don't. Okay, fine. You're just gonna go there now. You're gonna go right. You're gonna go right here. What we're going to do is we're going to get rid of these two things. We're going to get rid of you. We're going to then put you off to the left. And we're going to then do that. And then everything's going to be dandy. And everything's just going to work. Right? Right. Look, everyone. I'm formatting in Google. Holy shit, I fucking pray for the day we get actual formatting tools in Google. If you're playing on VTT, how could you represent facing with a 2D token? Fun fact, we actually solved this. It took a while to do, but let me see if I can find... Oh, that's not... Effectively, what we did was, the way we did it on Foundry, our very jank-ass version of Foundry, was we have a hex. We have our hex here, for example. And I effectively just photoshopped a arrow to indicate the facing on whatever the token was. So it's like, here's our cool mech here, and it would just be an arrow facing upwards. That would be your facing. That's how you would do it. It's not perfect. This is one of those systems where I really like it. This is like something that I want to die on the hill of, but I also kind of understand that it's not a great system. It's not great. It has a lot of flaws, and I need to fix it. Hey, we played it on Foundry. Yeah, no, honestly. Uh like tabletop sim IRL. Oh yeah. You can play it IRL with minis. You just need to get, ideally, as long as the minis are, someone mentioned Ogre earlier. Unironically, Ogre could probably work. I believe Ogre, like Ogre is relatively valid in this front, doing something kind of like this scale at least. Yeah, that would work. There's a couple different things you can do with it. If you want to do full-on hex chit, it's possible. Just again, designate what it is. If you have a mini, pretty much any mini works as long as they're decent size. If you want, probably like a bunch of BattleTech minis could work. If you want, if you're Canadian, I actually tested a lot of this game out when I was testing things on TTS. I tested it out with a lot of heavy gear minis. If you want to know where some of the designs came from of how certain things look, it was heavy gear. Because I like heavy gear, and there's a lot of inspiration that came from heavy gear. I've never gone over the heavy gear role-playing game, though, because it was by DreamPod 9, and it was kind of weird. If you notice as well, some of these designs might look familiar if you read some of the older versions. Yeah, no, heavy gear influenced a lot of the early designs for I believe this was a banner net for a very long, like this was a banner net. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, this is kind of the proper scale for everything. Yeah, no, sorry everyone, I'm writing a heavy gear RPG inadvertently. I toned down a little bit. I'm hoping the descriptive skills and the way I describe things there, and the descriptive and core skills, I'm hoping that makes things a little bit easier to understand. Like, yeah, these are descriptive skills. These are just things you have. These are information and things that you have to help you out and improve yourself. That's all that you really need to worry about. Let's see. Actually, know what I can do? It's actually a game I can consult. Himdele Oga. Hello, Himdele Oga. Oh, that's done. Books. Oh, that's done. Private library. Eagles and Sinners. Eagles and Sinners. Himdele Oga. Hunter Duke. Hello, it's me, Hunter Duke. The company, the Oga company. Unironically, Spartan, for a while, I actually considered making this an open map. Just say fuck it, it's just an open map. Which, arguably, the game would be healthier for it. But that's kind of one of the very funny aspects as well, is like, you can turn this game straight up into a war game if you really want. Like, if you really put your mind to it, can you make Metal Saviors the miniatures war game? Yeah. Nah, that would be pretty easy, in fact. Part of me wants to do something with features and see, all you really need to do, if you want to do something like that, treat combat speed as if I'm doing this, let me check Lancers out real fast. I can give you exactly what you need. So here's what you should do. Reduce combat speed by half and treat it as inches then. Treat it as inches. So for example, a Genetic can go about 5 inches roughly. A Beerwolf will be able to go 3 inches. Your like Del Kettons are going about 4. Your Langrisers are going like 2 inches. They aren't very fast. These guys go very little increments, Unless you're playing on a really big map, then you could probably argue that you can say like, oh yeah, no, this thing's moving at like 6 inches or 7 inches. Like that's pretty a lot more reasonable. I'm just a little worried about things like the cracks and the Hussars and things like that, because that's going to be the thing that's going to throw people off. Like, oh hey, the fucking Vix Vagabond can move a foot for an action. That's the thing. Oh, the Vix Vagabond moves a foot, and he can just zoom across the entire battlefield. Again, there's some hackneyed math that you could do to fix that up. And it'll be a little bit more complicated because you don't have the fine control with hexes. But yeah, no, the idea is there still. Let's see. So we've got. See, what I could do is do what I did here, and kind of like talk about like, yeah, here's infrastructure and like here's base terrain spaces, things like that. Combat situations, these need to go somewhere else. Like, no idea. Crushing and stomping is already a mechanic, so we don't need to worry about that. Hit location effects need to go somewhere else. Have damage locations. Technically, you should be going somewhere else. drones, fire phone, links and you. Links need to be, that can be a side note. Weapon ranges need to go somewhere else. Infantry needs to go somewhere else. Infantry, I think, needs to go further up. I don't know where to put it further up. Alright. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. So, I'm gonna find a fucking VTuber to raid. We're gonna continue harassing women on the internet. See, it always sounds bad when I say we're gonna harass women on the internet, but am I wrong? Am I wrong about harassing women on? Yeah, we got like 5 fucking views. Do we even bother rating? Do we even bother rating 5 people? I don't think we need to. Ow. Ow. Oh, God, right there. Yeah, I don't think we need to raid anyone tonight. It's late. I'm going to call it there. Godspeed, good luck, love you all, kissu. Probably no stream tomorrow, probably no video on Friday. Like, probably going to have to, I probably won't do a video on Friday. Probably not gonna do a video on Friday just because it just didn't quite dawn on me today's July 4th. I'm like, oh, wait a second, it's the 4th of fucking July. It's the 4th of fucking July, like, oh. Didn't quite dawn on me, and I'm just like, I just kind of entered a flow state. I've entered a flow state, unfortunately. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we'll follow this. There we go. I just need that fucking dopamine hit, boys. Give me that fucking dopamine hit. All right. Godspeed. Good luck. Love you all. Oh God, my bones, my skull. It's been 4.5 hours. Jesus Christmas Christ. Ugh.